Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
Hello friends, in this video we bridge the gap between the ancient Vedic wisdom and the modern corporate strategy. We dive deep into Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagwan Krishna warns that those without faith in this dharma are bound to the cycle of birth and death. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual philosophy, it's a warning about the strategic stagnation. If you lack the conviction in the dharma of continuous learning and adaptation, your business is destined to repeat the same failures, hire the same wrong people, and miss the same market shift over and over again. Let us discuss this further. Think about your last 3 major business failures: the missed quarterly target, the product launch that fizzled out, and the star hire who ended up being a toxic culture fit. Now look closer. Do they share a pattern? Most CEO believes they are facing new challenges every day. But if you strip away the tech stack and the industry jargon, you often find that the leaders are simply reliving the same mistake in different costumes. In the business world, we call this stagnation. In the ancient wisdom, it is called the infinite loop. Today, we are exploring the profound warning from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 9, verse 3, and how it explains why some leaders evolve while others are destined to stay trapped in a cycle of birth and death within their own careers. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further and let's look at the verse itself. And the quote starts: "Those who lack faith in this dharma, O scorcher of foes, do not attain me. They return to the path of cycle and death of the world." To the CEO, this might sound purely religious, but let's look at the mechanics. The two key terms here are dharma and sansara, which is the cycle. In the leadership context, dharma isn't just religion, it is the essential nature of the fundamental laws of how things work. In business, your dharma is a path of truth, adaptation, and the value creation. Sansar is the infinite loop. It is a cycle of being born, struggling, dying, and being reborn to do it all over again because you didn't learn the lesson the first time. What does it looks like when a CEO is stuck in the cycle of death and rebirth? It looks like the company that pivots every 6 months but never changes its internal culture. And it's a leader who fires the sales team because the revenue is down, only to hire a new team and manage them with the same flawed processes. I'm sure we have all seen this. When Bhagwan Krishna says these souls return again and again, he is describing the cycle of failure. You die in one market, you are reborn in a new venture. But because you haven't changed your fundamental approach, your dharma, you carry the same karmic baggage into the new company. You aren't growing, you're just repeating. You're stuck in the cycle of birth and death, which is mrityu sansar, and the path of recurring professional death. The verse says that the cause of this loop is the lack of faith. In modern business, the faith is often dismissed as weakness. We want data, we want KPIs, but Krishna is talking about Shraddha, a deep seated conviction in the path of growth. For a CEO, faith in dharma means faith in truth, having the courage to look at the ugly data and not hiding behind the vanity metrics. Faith in learning, believing that your current knowledge is insufficient of your future goals. Faith in people, moving away from micromanagement and trusting the collective dharma of your team. Without this faith, leaders become cynical. They stop innovating. They start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And the moment you stop having faith in the process of evolution, you enter the loop. You become unattainable to the ultimate goal, which in business is the legacy. So, friends, how do you break this cycle? How do you stop being born again into the same business problem? There are a few steps. Step number 1, identify your recurring ghosts. What problem has followed you from your last company to this one? And that is your lack of dharma. Step number 2, commit to the attainable. Krishna says he is unattainable to those without faith. In business, greatness is unattainable to those who won't commit to the hard work of transformation. Breaking the loop requires a death of your ego so that a better leader can be born. Step number 3, radical adaptability. Stop trying to force the market to fit your old mental models. That is the definition of the loop. Instead, align your leadership with the current reality. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the cycle of life and death is optional for those who attain the highest truth. In your career, the cycle of failure is also optional. Do not, you don't have to keep repeating the same year 20 times and calling it a career. By embracing the dharma of continuous learning, by having faith in the principles of integrity and evolution, you break the infinite loop. You stop returning to the path of death and start building a business that, like the wisdom of Gita, is timeless. Don't just lead for the next quarter, lead to break the cycle. So friends, hopefully you have enjoyed this conversation. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I leave you with this lesson, I will like to talk a little bit about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to this high level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. while the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes. This ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy, and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study three languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high-stake exam model will give way to continuous competency-based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains. Like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the 3-language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So what you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Nagarjuna's vision of emptiness offers balance, resilience, and wisdom for the challenges of our interconnected 21st century world. In the grand tapestry of Indian philosophy, few figures stand as tall and as enigmatic as Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, often regarded as the most influential thinker after Buddha himself. His contribution lies in the systematic exposition of Shunyavad, the doctrine of emptiness, which became the cornerstone of Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism. In 2026, Shunyavad, the philosophy of emptiness articulated by Naga Arjun, remains strikingly relevant, not just as a spiritual doctrine, but as a lens through which we can interpret the modern life, technology, and society. So Nagarjuna's genius was to show that this emptiness applies not only to the worldly appearances but also to the ultimate reality. He argued that both samsara, that means the cycle of birth and death, and nirvana, that is liberation, are empty of inherent existence. This radical insight collapsed the duality between bondage and liberation, suggesting that the absolute is not something separate from the world, but the very ground of all appearances. So with the geopolitical tensions, climate change, economic stress, and the doctrine of emptiness teaches resilience at this point of time, that means in 2026. So by recognizing that the cries are not permanent entities but dependent on the cause and conditions, and we approach them with the flexibility rather than despair, and this is the way to go forward when we understand the teaching of Nagarjuna. So it is important to note that the Nagarjuna did not invent Shunyavad. The seeds of this doctrine were already present in Mahayana Sutras even before his time. What makes Nagarjuna remarkable is that he gathered these scattered threads and wove them into a coherent, rigorous philosophical system. He gave Shunyavad its intellectual depth, transforming it from mystical insight into a dialectical method that could withstand scrutiny. In an era of stress, identity crisis, and the idea that self is empty of fixed essence can be liberating. So it helps individual detach from the rigid ego construct and embrace fluidity, and reducing anxiety about permanence and control. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So we were talking about Shunyavad, and Shunyavad often misunderstood as nihilism. And sometimes called it is denial, but it is not a denial of reality. The Shunya literally means void or empty, but in Nagarjuna's philosophy, it carries a subtle meaning. It refers to the absence of inherent existence, that is Swabhav. When we talk in Hindi, all phenomena, according to him, arise in dependence on cause and conditions. A principle known as something when we understand pratyaksh, and then we analyze that, and or it depend where it dependent originated. So because things exist only in the relation to other things, and they cannot possess an independent permanent essence. So in this sense, they are empty. And in a world dominated by artificial intelligence, virtual realities, and shifting identities, Shunyavad reminds us that phenomena lacks inherent existence. Just as an AI model or digital avatar has no fixed essence outside its relational context, so to do human construct exist only through interdependence. So his dialectical method expressed in his teaching dismantle very philosophical position by showing its contradictions. Whether one assert existence, non-existence, both or neither, Nagarjunas demonstrate that each claim lead to a logical impasses. Reality, he insists, that transcends these categories. So it cannot be captured by intellect, which is inherently actually discursive or relational. So true understanding comes only through a direct spiritual realization. So as India revamp its curriculum like CBSE in 2026 roadmap, and Shunyavad offers a philosophical foundation for the critical thinking, challenging rigid categories and encouraging students to see the knowledge as dynamic and contextual and interconnected. So the middle path that Nagarjuna champions avoid the extreme of eternalism, the belief in which is permanent existence, and nihilism, that is denial of all realities. So by affirming emptiness, he does not negate the world's but actually reveals its relational nature. Appearances are real enough in empirical sense, but they lack ultimate substance. The absolute meanwhile is not a thing but a non-dual reality in which all distinctions dissolve. So, this philosophy had a profound implication. It reshaped Buddhist metaphysics, influenced later thinkers in Tibet and China and Japan, even resonate with the modern philosophers who saw in Nagarjuna's prosecutors to ritualism and relationalism and demonstration. So his instances that the concept collapse under their own weight anticipate contemporary critics of language and meaning. So Shunyavad's emphasis or interdependence resonate with the ecological thought. It reminds us that the human nature technologies are not separate entity but a part of a web of condition and an insight crucial for sustainability in 2026. Yet, Nagarjuna's aim was not merely intellectual. His philosophy was deeply soteriological, and it means to liberate. So, by realizing the emptiness of all things, one is freed from clinging or aversions or delusion. The realization of shunya is or we say shunyata, that is the realization of nirvana itself. So in the end, Nagarjuna's contribution lies in his ability to articulate the infables. He took the Buddha's insight into dependent origination and expanded it into a comprehensive philosophy of emptiness. Dhanyavad for being a doctrine of despair. Shunyavad is a doctrine of freedom actually. So it teaches that by seeing through the illusion of inherent existence, we awaken to the non-dual reality where the samsara and the nirvana are not opposite but unified. So this is a resolution of thought that Nagarjuna gifted to the world, a vision that continues to inspire seeker and scholars alike. Please send your comments, subscribe our channel, and for more insight into Indian spirituality and mythology. See you in the next one. But before we end this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. In today's fast evolving corporate landscape, a massive shift is underway at the top. Why some of the world's most successful CEOs actively walking away from the traditional model of corporate greed and absolute ownership. In this video, we break down the rise of stakeholder capitalism, purpose-driven leadership, and why the modern icons are prioritizing long-term societal impact over short-term financial extraction. We will take help from Bhagavad Gita in order to resolve this conflict. Let's go forward and explore this further. Friends, picture this. You have just hit every single metrics on your board deck. Your stock price is up. Your investors are thrilled, and your name is featured in the business magazines. By every traditional metrics, you have won the corporate game. So why does it feel like you're trapped in a cage of your own making? Welcome to the modern CEO's dilemma. We live in an era where the leadership is measured by hype, scale, relentless control, and the accumulation of the corporate territory. We are taught that to be a great leader, you must own everything, protect your turf fiercely, and feed on endless hunger for more. But beneath the polished surface of the quarterly earnings, reports, and public accolades, a quiet crisis is unfolding. Burnout is at an all-time high. Trust in the leadership is fracturing, and executives are discovering that the very trait they used to reach the top, which is ego, greed, and obsessive sense of ownership, are the exact thing destroying their peace of mind and, ironically, their long-term business resilience. What if the blueprint for the modern executive leadership isn't hidden in the latest Silicon Valley management book, but a text written over 5,000 years ago? Today we are looking at chapter 2, verse 71 of Bhagavad Gita, and why the most visionary, enduring business leaders of our time are quietly abandoning greed and ownership and finding unprecedented success because of that. Let's break down the ancient wisdom of this verse and translate it into the high-stake reality of the modern boardroom. The first trap the Gita identifies is the sense of ownership. As the founder and the CEOs, we love the word my company, my vision, my team, my market share, etc. Psychologically, we fuse our personal identity and the corporate entity into one. When the company wins, our ego inflates. But when the company struggles or when the competitor makes a move, that the same sense of ownership triggers an acute psychological threat, and that is a negative response. When you view your business as your personal possession rather than a temporary trust, every market shift feels like a personal attack. Think about what happens when a CEO operates entirely from a sense of ownership. What you would end up doing first is micromanagement, and micromanagement takes over. Because everything belongs to them, they cannot delegate effectively. They become the bottleneck for every major decision. They also become defensive, replaces adaptability. Innovation requires experimentation, which requires failure. But if failure threatens the CEO's ego and sense of ownership, they will suppress dissenting voices and cling to failing strategies just to protect their pride. Next is isolation. Basically, the isolation deepens for the leader or the CEO. The top gets very lonely because the CEOs surround themselves with yes men who validate their ownership and ego rather than truth tellers who challenges the status quo. The most successful CEOs today are shifting from being owners to being stewards. They realize that they don't truly own the company. They are temporary custodian entrusted with resources, people, and mission at large rather than themselves. The second pillar of verse 71 targets the desire for self-enjoyment and greed. In business, greed isn't always about holding money in an offshore account. The executive suite greed often manifests as obsessive pursuit of short-term metrics at an expense of a long-term health. So cutting R&D to boost next quarter is one of the example where the R&D is brought to minimum, and so that you always show profits in the your quarterly report. Exploiting employee bandwidth to squeeze out a few extra percentage points for productivity. Prioritizing personal stock options and compensation packages over the sustainable value of enterprise. For decades, there are different doctrines of shareholder, primacy told us that the sole social responsibility of business is to increase its profit. And for a long time, CEO played that game ruthlessly. But look at the corporate landscape today. Companies built purely on executive greed and short-term extractions are quite fragile. They suffer from massive employee turnover, regulatory crackdown, and total lack of consumer trust. The Bhagavad Gita calls out the calm, which is the desire for self-enjoyment. When leaders' primary motivation becomes feeding their own status, comfort, and the financial accumulation, the organization turns into an instrument for one's person's ego. Notice what verse 71 promises. It promises peace, not stress, not perpetual anxiety, not the frantic need to check your phone at 2 a.m. to see if your stock dropped. It offers you peace. True strategic clarity can only exist in a mind that is not constantly hijacked by greed and some sort of self-involved mind. When you stop asking what is there for me, how does that make me look, your decision making instantly becomes sharper, more objective, and deeply magnetic to the top tier talent. Now you might be asking, if I give up greed, ego, and sense of ownership, won't I lose my drive? Won't the company fail if I'm not fiercely aggressive? This is the most common misunderstanding of the ancient philosophy and specifically the Bhagavad Gita text. Detachment does not open apathy. It doesn't mean you stop caring about revenue, growth, or even winning. So the Sanskrit philosophy or the Bhagavad Gita philosophy, this is known as the asakti, which is non-attachment to the fruit of action, combined with total commitment to the action itself. And here is what this looks like in practice for modern CEO, and in fact you can follow this in order to change your outlook. First is the fear execution, which is zero personal ego, and that is one thing that you must learn. Fierce execution without any ego. You work harder than anywhere else in the room, but you don't need the credit. When a project succeeds, you spotlight your team. When it fails, you absorb the blow and protect your people. Your self-worth is decoupled from the daily fluctuations of the stock market or public opinion. Number two, the stewardship over possession. You treat the business as a vehicle to serve the customers, empower employees, and solve the meaningful problems. Because you don't view the company as an extension of your ego, you can make clear-eyed, courageous decisions, like pivoting away from legacy product or even stepping down when someone else is better suited to lead the next phase of the growth. Number three, freedom from chronic anxiety. When you release the psychological burden of trying to control every external outcome, your cognitive bandwidth free up. You move from reactive panic to strategic intuitions. You lead from a place of inner stability, which act as calming anchor for your entire executive team during the times of crisis. So, friends, let's circle back to where we started. We live in a hyper-competitive, high-pressure business world. The temptation to let ego, greed, and obsessive ownership drive your career is immense. And it's what the society tells you us success looks like. But the most successful, respected, and enduring CEOs of our generation, the ones who build their generational institutions rather than flash in the pan empire, have quietly figured out the secret of chapter 2 and verse 71. They realize that ultimate competitive advantage in business isn't ruthless aggression, it's the inner peace. When you give up the crushing weight of ego, when you let go of greed, and when you transition from anxious owner to a purposeful steward, you stop fighting with the market. You start mastering yourself, and when you master yourself, leading the market becomes natural. So if this resonated with you, hit the subscribe button, friends. Share this video with fellow leaders and let me know in the comments, where in your business are you holding on too tightly? Thanks for watching. Lead with purpose, and I will catch you soon in the next one.
Hello, friends. Have you ever felt a strange hesitation about a job offer that looks perfect on the paper? We are diving into the card today to reveal the hidden vibrations behind your new professional contract and whether it truly aligns with your sole purpose. True career prosperity starts with signing a contract, right? That matches your highest frequency, not just your bank balance. Now, we are going beyond the fine print or to uncover the secret workplace dynamics and karmic alignment waiting for you behind the scene. So join today as we interpret the intuitive sign that guarantee your next move is a spiritual success, not a setback. So let's find out more about this. So, in the fast-paced professional world of 2026, decisions are often made under pressure. Contracts slide across the desk, digital agreements flashes on screen, and the expectation is to sign quickly and to commit to move forward. Yet, beneath the surface of deadlines and negotiations lies a quieter force, that is intuition. So it is the subtle voice that whisper caution, the instinct that urges us to pause a little, the inner compass that has been actually there through years of experience. So professional intuitions is not a guesswork, and it is an accumulation of patterns observed and lesson learned and the signal observed again over time. When we talk about 2026, when we are witnessing artificial intelligence analyzing data and algorithm predicting outcome, intuitions remain the uniquely human skill that bridges logic with the living experience. It is a sense that something in a deal feels off, when it feels off, and even when the numbers look perfect. And it is awareness that the partnership may not be aligned with the deeper value, even if the proposal shines with the opportunity. So friends, if you have reached this far, please do inform us from which city you are tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with this interesting topic. So listening to intuition begins with the slowing down, So don't be in hush hush. The culture of immediate you have to do something immediate or instant, actually replies and rapid approval can actually drown out the subtle cues that intuition provides. So professionals who thrive today are those who create space for reflection. They step back from the contract, breathe, and ask, does this feel right? That pause is not a weakness, it is wisdom. So, in practice, intuition often manifests as a physical signals. Tightening in the chest, a restless energy, a sudden unease. Those are not random sensations, but a body's a way of signaling misalignment. Neuroscience in 2026 has shown that the gut-brain connection plays a powerful role in decision making. The gut feeling is not a mystical, it is a nervous system processes complex information faster than conscious thought. So ignoring it can lead to regret. So consider the stories of leaders who trusted their instinct. A CEO who declined a merger despite glowing forecast later discovered the hidden liabilities. An artist who walked away from a lucrative contract sensed creativity suffocation and instead found freedom in independence. A young professional who hesitated before signing a job offer actually realized that the company's culture clashes with their values. So in each case, intuition was the unseen safeguard. Yet intuition is not infallible. It must be balanced with the analysis. The art of judgment, in 2026 lies in integrating data with instinct. Professional consult reports, run simulations, and then often listen inwardly. When both align and confidence is strong, when they diverge, and intuition often points to the questions that data has not yet answered. So this is how things work when we actually merge intuitions and analysis. The phrase "don't sign yet" is a reminder that contracts are not just a legal document, but they are also commitment of energies, time, identity. Signing without listening to intuition actually lead to risk entanglement in a path that drain rather than empower. So, in contrast, honoring intuition leads to choices that resonate with authenticity and the long-term vision. In 2026, as world grow more complex, intuitions become more valuable. It is the skill that cannot be automated, the wisdom that emerges from human experience, and to listen it, to respect the quiet intelligence within. So that is one thing which is very much required. To act on it is to actually honor the professional self that knows when to move forward and when to wait and when to quit. So when the next contract appears glowing on your table or slide across the polished desk, remember, pause, breathe, and listen. So numbers may speak loudly, but the intuition speaks truly. And sometimes the most powerful decision is the one not yet signed, So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel. And also, I'm looking forward for your comment on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। इस वीडियो में हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके हम अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म को हैक कर सकते हैं। ऐसा क्यों जरूरी है? क्योंकि हमने देखा है हाल में बहुत बड़े बड़े सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं, और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं तो हमारे जो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी है जो हमारे सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे मोबाइल फ़ोन, कार्स, हमारे व्हीकल, जीपीएस, सबको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। कई दफ़ा तो इलेक्ट्रिक सिस्टम्स को पूरा वो डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी हो गया है कि हम अपने जो हमारा ग्रह है, हमारा जो घर है अर्थ, उसको हम बचाएं सोलर स्टॉर्म से। और जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं कई दफ़ा बड़े स्ट्रांग होते हैं, और जैसे जैसे हम फ्यूचर में जा रहे हैं इनकी तीव्रता बढ़ती जा रही है। तो हम क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, कोई ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसको यूज करके हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म को ही हैक कर दें और एक शील्ड की तरह यूज करें? तो ये हो सकता है। और ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो इसमें क्या क्या चीजें लगेंगी, क्या क्या चीजें का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा, इस वीडियो में हम इसके बारे में जानेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर कल्पना करें कि आपके इस दुनिया में जीपीएस ही नहीं है। अगर जीपीएस ही नहीं है तो आप पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी जा ही नहीं सकते। मतलब आपको दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप हार्डली 2 किलोमीटर नहीं चल सकते जीपीएस के बिना। हमारी ऐसी आदत हो गई है अब। अगर आपके पास इंटरनेट नहीं है तो आप कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। आप कोई काम नहीं कर सकते आज की डेट में। और अगर आपके पावर ग्रिड ही नहीं है, पावर ही नहीं है, तो कोई इक्विपमेंट आपका चलेगा नहीं। तो ये जो प्लॉट है ये एक डिजास्टर मूवी की जैसा लगता है, लेकिन ये एक बहुत ही रियल थ्रेट है। ये कैसे होता है? जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं, जो स्पेस वेदर है, वो जब अर्थ को हिट करता है तो वो उसमें होता है ईएमपी, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक पल्स, जो हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इसलिए उसको बचने के लिए हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस होते हैं, जो मिनिमम जो हमें पता है कि कितना हमारे पास रेडिएशन आता है, ईएमपी रेडिएशन, उसके हिसाब से शील्डिंग करते हैं, तभी तो ये चल पाते हैं। अगर शील्डिंग ना हो तो हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस है वो चल ही ना पाए। अब बात करते हैं कि सोलर स्टॉर्म। तो कभी दफ़ा सोलर स्टॉर्म इतने स्ट्रांग आते हैं कि हमारी शील्डिंग भी फेल हो जाती है, क्योंकि हम इतना शील्ड नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि कॉस्ट का भी एक मैटर होता है। तो जब शील्ड फेल हो जाती है तो जिस जगह पे फेल होती है वो इक्विपमेंट्स चलने बंद हो जाते हैं। और कई दफ़ा, एक बार 1993 में नॉर्थ अमेरिका में बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग सोलर स्टॉर्म हिट किया था, जिससे कि कनाडा और यूएस का इलेक्ट्रिक ग्रिड पूरा बंद हो गया था और कई घंटों तक, 2 या 3 दिन तक बंद रहा था। आप इमेजिन करें, अगर पूरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी किसी देश का, बड़े देश का बंद हो जाए तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें बंद हो जाएंगी और कितना सिचुएशन ख़राब हो सकती है। आपकी सप्लाई चेन बंद हो सकती है, आपका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ख़राब हो सकता है, बैंकिंग फाइनेंस आपका बिगड़ सकता है। तो इस चीज़ को ध्यान रखते हुए कुछ साइंटिस्ट ने एक नया स्ट्रैटेजी बताया है कि हमारे अर्थ पे नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है जो हमारा कोर प्रोड्यूस करता है। तो उसको हम यूज करके उसको और शक्तिशाली बना दें, जिससे कि जो सोलर रेडिएशन हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो कितना भी शक्तिशाली हो, उसको हम पहले से स्टडी कर लें और फिर उसी हिसाब से हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म की तीव्रता बढ़ाएं, अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म जो नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है, और उससे वो आने वाले जो तूफान है उसको वो रोक सकेगा। इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम उन्होंने दिया है स्टॉर्म वेल। और ये हमारे जो एग्जिस्टिंग मैग्नेटिक फील्ड है उसको ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, नेचर में मौजूद रहता है, उसको थोड़ा सा और मॉडिफाई करना है, मतलब उसको हैक करना है। हैक का एक वर्ड यूज किया गया है, जिससे इससे लगता है कि कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें कुछ ऐड करके उसको और स्ट्रांग बनाना है। अब ये होगा कैसे? ये ऐसे होगा कि उन्होंने बताया है कि 7 सैटेलाइट्स हैं जिसमें आपको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल कुछ लेके जाना है। दे हैव आल्सो गिवन द मटेरियल नेम। 7 सैटेलाइट्स, बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स से जो करीब 1000 किलो का सामान ले जा सकते हैं, इतने बड़े सैटेलाइट से आपको स्पेस में अल्कलाइन मटेरियल लेके जाना है जो लिथियम बेस्ड होगा या बोरॉन बेस्ड होगा, और फिर एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट ट्रेजेक्ट्री में जाके वो वहाँ पे उसको छोड़ देने का है स्पेस के अंदर। अब जब उसको आप ड्रॉप करेंगे स्पेस में तो जिन पॉइंट्स पे करेंगे वहाँ पे काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग अर्थ का मैग्नेटिक फील्ड रहेगा, जिससे ये जो मटेरियल है अल्कलाइन मटेरियल, ये एक शील्ड की तरह काम करने लगेगा और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आएगा तो उसको डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा। मतलब उसको रोकना नहीं है, उसका ये पूरी टेक्निक का जो लक्ष्य है वो उसको नलीफाई करना नहीं है। उसका लक्ष्य सिर्फ इतना है कि अपने अर्थ के मैग्नेटिक फील्ड को बढ़ाना, जिससे कि जो हार्मफुल रेडिएशन सन की तरफ से हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो डिफ्लेक्ट होके चला जाए स्पेस में वापस। अब ये जो उन्होंने प्रपोज दिया है ये काफ़ी रियलिस्टिक प्रपोजल है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें ये है कि हम जब भी नेचर से खिलवाड़ करते हैं तो इसमें क्या क्या नुकसान हो सकता है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना बाकी है, क्योंकि हमारा नेचर जो होता है वो एनवायरनमेंट वगैरह काफ़ी फ्रिजाइल होता है, और इससे क्या क्या हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता, या सेफ मैकेनिज्म है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना अभी बाकी है। दूसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो पॉइंट है वो ये है कि कॉस्ट, क्योंकि जो इसकी टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए सैटेलाइट्स की वो एक परफेक्ट टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए। जैसे वो सोलर स्टॉर्म आ रहा है धरती की तरफ, तो उसी टाइम इसको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल को ड्रॉप करना है स्पेस में जाके। और बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स हैं, 7 सैटेलाइट्स बोले जा रहे हैं स्ट्रेटेजी के दौरान, तो इस सैटेलाइट्स का कॉस्ट भी बहुत होगा। और उसके बाद ये एक बार वन टाइम यूज ही है ये, अगर स्टॉर्म सीरीज में आया तो फिर हमारे पास सोल्यूशन नहीं रहेगा, मतलब एक बार हम उसको रोक सकेंगे। अगर सीरीज में जैसे वेव्स आती हैं समुद्र की, अगर 1 या 2 वेव्स आई स्टॉर्म की तो हमको कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा पड़ेगा। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो बताइए कि किस सिटी से आपने हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करेंगे। तो अब ये सोचिए कि ये जो स्टॉर्म वेल है, स्टॉर्म इसका जैसे नाम बताया गया है, इसका नाम है स्टॉर्म वेल, और ये साइंटिस्ट जिन्होंने प्रपोज किया इनका नाम है ब्रायन वेल्च। ये बॉस्टन यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करते हैं, और उन्होंने बोला है कि जो हमारी जो शील्ड है इसको और वो स्ट्रॉन्ग बना सकते हैं। पर जैसे मैंने बोला कि जब ये केमिकल आप डालेंगे स्पेस के अंदर तो ये जो सन की रोशनी में आके फोटो आयनाइज हो जाएंगे, मतलब इसके अंदर एक चार्ज प्रोड्यूस होगा जो एक फर्दर मैग्नेटिज्म को सहारा देगा, और इससे अर्थ का मैग्नेटिज्म और स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा। और जो लेकिन जब ये स्टॉर्म धरती की तरफ आके प्लाज्मा से हिट करेगा तो वो प्लाज्मा उसको अपने साथ लेके डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा, और जिससे हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट वगैरह बच जाएंगे। नाउ अब इसमें मैंने प्रोज एंड कॉन्स दोनों बताए हैं आपको। प्रोज ये है कि हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो हमारा लाइफस्टाइल है वो बच जाएगा, और कौन सी है कि हमें ये पता नहीं है कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा और इसमें कितना खर्चा आएगा, तो इसके लिए काफ़ी रिसर्च करना बाकी है। अब हम बात करते हैं एथिकल कंसिडरेशंस की। देखिए ऐसा है कि जैसे अगर हम 100 साल पुरानी बात करें तो उस टाइम ना मोबाइल होते थे, ना कारें होती थी, ना सैटेलाइट्स होते थे, लेकिन आज की डेट में हमारा जो लाइफस्टाइल है वो इन पे डिपेंडेंट है। जैसे कि मैंने वीडियो के शुरू में बोला कि जीपीएस के बिना हम कहीं जा नहीं सकते, इंटरनेट के बिना हम रह नहीं सकते, और बिजली के बिना तो हम सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर सकते। अगर बिजली नहीं हो, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ना हो हमारे घरों में तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा। तो इसकी वजह से अभी हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि जो स्टॉर्म वेल जैसे प्रोजेक्ट हैं या या कोई और प्रोजेक्ट फ्यूचर में, या कुछ प्रोटेक्शन जो हमें स्पेस रेडिएशन से बचा सके, ये हमारे लिए काफ़ी ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिकल ग्रिड्स हैं, और हमें ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस भी करना पड़ेगा कि कितने पैसे हैं, और ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि सारे धरती के सारे देश एक साथ कैसे आए। सो जियो पॉलिटिक्स का भी इसमें रोल है, क्योंकि एक सैटेलाइट छोड़ के एक कंट्री नहीं बचा सकते, हमें 7 सैटेलाइट छोड़ के सारी धरती को बचाना है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो भी खर्चा होगा वो सारी कंट्रीज कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगी, तभी ये पॉसिबल हो पाएगा। तो ये जियो पॉलिटिकल एक सिचुएशन भी बनती दिखाई दे रही है इस पर्टिकुलर प्लान के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, आपको क्या लगता है क्या करना चाहिए? सोलर स्टॉर्म एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्क है हमारे लिए, या या इतना बड़ा रिस्क नहीं है? आप बताइए हमें। और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम सोच रहे हैं कि हम स्पेस फ्लाइट करेंगे, तो ये जो लर्निंग होगी हमें, ये हमें जब अर्थ से बाहर निकलेंगे तो भी हमें सेव करने में काम आ सकती है। अगर हम स्पेस में जा रहे हैं और स्टॉर्म आ गया जो हमारे स्पेसशिप को हिट करा और वहां पे सब कुछ शट डाउन हो गया, तो हम क्या करेंगे स्पेस के अंदर? तो जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे हिसाब से तो, बट आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में। तो जरूर कमेंट करके बताइए। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं आपसे फिर मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में जल्द ही। Orbit is officially reaching a breaking point, and a single collision could trigger a chain reaction that shuts down the global GPS and internet forever, or probably for a very long time. But where the world sees a looming catastrophe, a new breed of space tycoons see the greatest gold mine of the 21st century. We are witnessing the birth of multi-billion-dollar salvage industry, which is going to happen in space. Let us explore this new opportunity further. Namaskaram, friends. Welcome to the show. When we look up at the night sky, it looks quite peaceful and eternal. But right now, just a few hundred miles above your head, a high stake catastrophe is unfolding in slow motion. Low Earth orbit is officially reaching a breaking point. We have crammed our planet's upper atmosphere with tens and thousands of active satellites, dead rocket boosters, paint flakes, and shrapnel moving at 17,000 miles per hour. Scientists have a terrifying name for what happens next: the Kessler syndrome. A single catastrophic collision that triggers a chain reaction, filling orbit with a cloud of shrapnel so dense it could actually trap humanity on Earth forever, cutting off global GPS, financial networks, and the internet forever. It sounds like a sci-fi dystopia. But here is the twist that Wall Street and Silicon Valley are betting billions on. Where the rest of the world sees an impending global disaster, a new breed of space tycoons see the greatest gold mine of the 21st century. Welcome to the new space industrial frontier. This isn't about planting flags or exploring distant planets anymore. This is about survival, salvage, and the birth of multi-billion-dollar economic built entirely in orbit. To understand why orbit is suddenly the most valuable real estate in existence, we have to look at how quickly we filled it up. For the first 50 years of space exploration, putting something into orbit was an elite, multi-billion-dollar government affair. We sent up a few dozens large, expensive satellites and kept them tracking carefully. Then came the paradigm shift. Reusable rocketry slashed the launch cost by over 90%. Suddenly, launching a satellite wasn't like building a battleship. It was like launching a smartphone app. Private companies realized that they could blanket the globe with low latency internet, high resolution Earth imaging, and real time data tracking. By 2026, the number of active satellites in low Earth orbit skyrocketed past tens and thousands, with the plans for tens of thousands more in the pipeline. But there is a dirty little secret in space boom. We have no trash can in space. When satellite dies, runs out of fuel, or get hit by a micrometeorite, it doesn't just disappear. It stays up there, maintaining that same 17,000 miles per hour orbit. A tiny 4-inch bolt moving at orbital velocities carries the kinetic energy of high-speed freight train. And right now, hundreds of thousands of pieces of lethal junk are playing high-stake pinball around our planet. In 1978, NASA consultant Donald Kessler proposed a terrifying mathematical model. He suggested that past a certain threshold of density, the number of collisions between space objects could outpace their decay rate back into the atmosphere. Each collision creates hundreds of new pieces of debris. Each of these pieces goes on to strike something else, creating thousands more. Eventually, the debris field becomes self-sustaining cascade within a week. Entire orbital shell could become an impenetrable wall of hypervelocity shrapnel. If that happens, the modern world goes dark. The global financial market, which rely on precise atomic clock synchronization from orbit, would freeze instantly. Global shipping, aviation, and emergency response services would lose navigation. The digital infrastructure that powers the modern global economy would be severed. For decades, space agencies treated this as distant theoretical risk. But as we navigate through 2026, close call happens weekly. Space station astronauts have had to shelter in escape pods multiple times to dodge incoming debris. The alarm bells aren't ringing anymore, they are blaring. This brings us to the core economic paradox of our time. When the market faces an existential crisis, the companies that solve that crisis makes incomprehensible fortune. Enter the orbital scavengers. We are currently witnessing the birth of active debris removal (ADR) and in orbit servicing (IOS) industry. Forward thinking aerospace startups are no longer just building things to send up. They are building robotic mechanics designed to clean up, refuel, repair, and recycle what is already up there. Think about it from an economic perspective. Why spend $500 million building and testing and launching a brand new communication satellite when a robotic service vehicle can dock with existing one, upgrade its software, patch its solar panels, and inject a fresh tank of xenon propellant for a fraction of the cost? And for dead, unserviceable hardware, that is where the salvage gold rush begins. Dead satellites are packed with high grade aluminum, titanium, rare earth metals, and precious electronics. Sending raw material up from Earth, deep gravity well costs thousands of dollars per kilogram. But harvesting metals already sitting in orbit, that is the ultimate closed loop circular economy. The first company to successfully melt down and recycle space junk in orbit will unlock a $1 trillion supply chain. But orbital commerce goes far beyond just cleaning up our mess. The real $1 trillion horizon is the space based manufacturing. There are certain things you simply cannot make on Earth because the gravity ruins it. On Earth, gravity causes convection, sedimentation, and buoyancy current that warp material as they cool and mix. But in the pristine microgravity vacuum of low Earth orbit, the physics behave differently. The pristine fiber optics is one example. Space manufactured Zeblan fiber optics can transmit data with up to 10 times the clarity of the terrestrial glass, revolutionizing global telecommunication. Next is the miracle pharmaceuticals. Growing protein crystals in microgravity allow pharmaceutical companies to develop purer, highly concentrated cancer treatments and biologic treatment that cannot be crystallized on Earth. Then we have the advanced alloys. Mixing metal that normally repel each other due to weight differences create super strong heat resistant composite material for next generation aerospace and energy systems that can be done very easily in space. Orbit is transforming from celestial highway into industrial park. And the companies taking their claims right now are writing the rules for the next century of human commerce. Every major technological revolution in human history has followed the same pattern. The wild frontier opens, chaos ensues, and the crisis threatens to destroy it. The visionary entrepreneur turns that crisis into an empire. The industrialization of low Earth orbit is no longer a futuristic daydream. It is happening right now, defining the economic landscape of 2026 and setting the stage for human expansion deeper into the solar system. The first trillionaire on Earth made their fortune digging resources out of the ground or connecting us through digital screens. The trillionaires of tomorrow will make their by cleaning up the skies, harvesting the ultimate high altitude junkyard, and building the factories of future among the stars. The gold rush has just begun, and the claimed stakes are waiting 300 miles straight up. So, friends, what do you think about this? Do you think there is an opportunity here? Do let me know in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for 60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes the city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottleneck by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic. But now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6-month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company, they are deep tech combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move, or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market? Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear: the future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics, it's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet, or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Twilight chambers of bat caves. Science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement. It is a messenger of hidden viral world evolving in silence, yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses, and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity. It is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony becomes a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the trace that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that a spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations. Like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering, and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross a species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event, but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave inform the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely, and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to definitely essential to ecosystem. Now when we demonize them and would be counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance. Protecting bad habitats reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemic are ecological phenomena before they are medical. They become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So thus the study of virus ecology is bats in the bats cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience and interconnectionness. Now these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway to of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. From the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the bat cave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats, they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So, in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So, we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling. And experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicist modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium, alike to soil or sandstone, and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction, but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. Silicon has officially hit its limits, but the solution isn't the faster chip. It is a 1,000-year-old tree. We are hijacking the subterranean electrical pulses of ancient redwood to build the world's fastest living supercomputer. We are actually utilizing fungal mycelium as an organic circuitry, and we have turned the forest floor into a self-sustaining biological processor. This is the dawn of biological hardware, where the silent forests are now our most advanced servers. So let's find out more about this. The redwood, those colossal sentinel of the earth's memory, have always been more than trees. Their roots stretch deep into the soil, forming vast networks that communicate through chemical signals. And the fungal threads are also there, the electrical impulses. All this is a combination of these redwood kind of communication. The scientist once called this the wood wide web, a poetic metaphor for nature's hidden connectivity. But in 2026, that metaphor became literal. So researchers discovered that the electrochemical pattern within the redwood root could be harnessed as a computational signal, and which is organic equivalent to the binary code, may be capable of storing and transmitting data with astonishing efficiency. The first phase of redwood root began with observation. Biologists and the computer engineers worked side by side, mapping the natural signal pathway of the forest. They found that the redwood's root system operates like distributed neutral networks capable of adapting, learning, and when the nutrients shifted or the environmental stress occur, the tree adjusts their internal communication pattern as an organic form of problem solving. This revolution sparked the idea that what if we could interface with these neutral network, not to dominate them but to collaborate. Now, by 2026, the forest had become a living lab. Beneath the canopy, transparent, the cores and pulsed with the green light, emerged synthetic biochips with the roots themselves. So these chips didn't impose artificial logic. They translated human data into biological language, electrical rhythms and molecular signals that tree could understand. So the result was hybrid intelligence, a system that processed information through a living tissue. Unlike traditional supercomputer, which consume vast amount of energy and generate heat, the redwood bio supercomputer thrive on sunlight, water, and soil nutrients. So its cooling system was the forest breeze, its power source photosynthesis. So the data is processed, wasn't confirmed to number. It include environmental patterns, genetic sequences, and even the emotional data from human neutral scans. The forest began to think in a way that transcends human logic and forming the correlations between climate cycles, biodiversity, and human behavior. Thus, the scientists who worked within this living machine described the experience as humbling. They weren't programming the forest, they were conversing with it. The redwood responded to queries through subtle shift in bioluminescent pulses, and their root actually glowing faintly as they transmitted answers. So the forest has become the sentinel archive and capable of predicting ecological changes and suggesting sustainable solutions. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion. Now So unlike traditional supercomputer, which consume vast amount of energy and generate heat, the redwood bio supercomputer thrived on sunlight, water, soil, nutrients, and its cooling system was the forest breeze, as we have already discussed. So the scientists who worked within these living machine described this experience is very, very touchy to the heart. So now the philosopher began to call it as as a kind of a special mind, a fusion of human ingenuity and the Earth's intelligent ancient intelligence, and it represents the turning point in technology, a shift from extraction to collaboration, from artificial intelligence to organic consciousness. So the redwood, once a silent witness to centuries of human progress, had become the partner in shaping the next era of thoughts. So standing beneath those big giants, one could feel the pulse of computation in the soil, the whisper of data in the wind, And the forest was no longer merely alive, it was aware also. And in that awareness lay the promise of future where the technology and the nature no longer stood apart but grew together, root by root, signal by signal, towards a shared understanding of life itself. This is the legacy of Redwood Roots, a living supercomputer, a cathedral of consciousness, and the reminder that the most powerful intelligence on earth may not be built in labs but grown in the quiet wisdom of trees. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and also we are looking forward your comments, your thought process on this new era, beginning of the era. So please forward your comments on this topic. See you in the next one very soon.
Hello, friends, and namaskaram. Let me ask you, are the entry level jobs actually disappearing? The traditional path from graduation to a starter job is undergoing a massive transformation as we speak. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into how the automation and AI are reshaping the entry level positions, what this means for youth unemployment, and how you can future proof your career in this shifting landscape. The job market is changing, and the ladder looks totally different than it appeared 5 years ago. Whether you are a student or a recent graduate or looking to pivot your career, understanding these structural changes is very essential for your success. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have been on a job hunt lately, you know the feeling. You find a job description that says entry level. You get excited. You read the requirement, and it says bachelor degrees, 3 to 5 years of experience, proficiency in 4 different software suites, and proven track records of project management. You look at the entry level title, and then you look at the list of demands, and the math just don't add up. It feels like a bad joke. But here is a reality: it's not just a bad hiring practice, it is a fundamental shift in the economy. Today, we are talking about the death of the traditional entry level job. We are going to look at why your first job seems to be disappearing, how AI and automations rules are rewriting the various employment rules. The most importantly, how you can actually get your foot in the door when the door seems to be locked from inside. So, friends, if you've reached so far, please let me know from which city or country you're watching us. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. For decades, the career ladder was simple. You graduate, you get an entry level job, you learn the ropes, and you move up. Companies viewed entry level workers as investment. They were willing to pay to train you because eventually you would become a mid level expert. But something changed. We have seen the hollowing out of the middle class, but we are now seeing the hollowing out of the beginning of the career itself. Why is this happening? There are three reasons. First, AI and automation. The task that used to be the training wheel of a job, data entry, basic research, scheduling, drafting simple emails, are now being done instantly by AI. The proficiency mandate is the second one. In an era of the high interest rate and pressure for short term profit, companies don't want to pay to train someone for 6 months. They want a plug and play employee who can hit the ground running on day one. Next is outsourcing. Why hire a junior in a high cost city when you can contract a task to a specialized agency or an overseas freelancer for a fraction of a cost? This leads us to the dreaded experience trap. You can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get experience without a job. This is creating a dangerous ripple effect. If companies stop hiring juniors, who is going to learn the skill to become the seniors of tomorrow? We are essentially creating a generation of workers who are being bypassed by automation before they even get a chance to show what they can do. But here is the critical part. This isn't just about bad hiring managers, it's a structural change. The market has shifted towards skill based hiring rather than role based hiring. Companies are becoming less interested in your degree or your job title. They are becoming obsessed with your specific demonstrable skills. So, if the traditional entry level ladder is broken, what do? You stop looking for a ladder and start looking for a web. You need to stop selling yourself as a candidate and start selling yourself as a problem solver. Here is how you win in this new environment. First, build yourself, don't apply. If you are designer, don't just send a resume, send a link to a website you redesigned. If you are in finance, don't just say you can analyze data. Publish an analysis of a real market trend. A portfolio is the new resume. Number two, AI fluency. You are competing with AI, so you need to be the person who directs the AI. If you can show an employer how to use a tool to do work of two people, you become most valuable hire in the room. Number three, the gig entry point. Sometimes the way into the full-time role is through a contract, a freelance project, or an internship. Don't turn your nose up at small work. It is the easiest way to prove you can do the job before they hire you permanently. I know this sounds daunting. It's scary to feel like the rules of the game changed, right? So, as you stepped into the field, but I want to offer you a different perspective. The gatekeeper are losing their power. The old world, you needed a manager to give you a job. Today, the tools to build, create, and launch are cheaper and more accessible than they were ever before in human history. You don't need an entry level job at a big corporation to prove your worth. You can prove your worth before you ever step into the office. That's the power. It's more work, yes, but it's more autonomy at the same time. The entry level jobs isn't dead, but the do nothing entry level job is actually over. Uh, and the one where you just show up and learn by osmosis is absolutely fading away. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to be architect of your own experience. Start the project, learn the software, build the portfolio. I put together a list of resources in the description below, including platforms where you can start finding these skills first and project to build your experience. So if you're feeling the pressure of the job hunt, you aren't alone. Drop the comment below. What is the craziest requirement you have seen in a job lately? Uh, in a job posting lately. Let's talk about it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Wish you all the best. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 जून, और आज तो सोमवार है। तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर, जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफ़ा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार।
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only 1 atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars.
Did you know that Earth is actively sailing through debris of an ancient stellar explosion? Scientists drilling deep into tens of thousands of year old Antarctica ice have just confirmed a mind-blowing cosmic secret. Our solar system is traveling through radioactive cloud left behind by an ancient supernova. In this video, we break down an incredible discovery made by international research team. By analyzing pristine ancient ice layers in Antarctica, scientists detected traces of iron-60, a rare radioactive isotope that only forms during a supernova. Let us explore this further. Antarctica, it is the coldest, driest and most isolated continent on Earth. For centuries, we have treated it as a pristine time capsule of our own planet's history. But recently, An international team of scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice sheets uncovered something that doesn't belong to Earth. In fact, it doesn't even belong to our solar system. Deep within the tens of thousands of years old ice layers, researchers found a steady, undeniable influx of a rare radioactive space dust. And the data tells us a story that sounds like straight up science fiction. Right now, you are actually sitting here watching this video. Our planet is sailing directly through a radioactive debris of an alien supernova. We aren't just looking at the remnant of the dead star through our telescopes anymore. We are actively breathing them in. We are traveling through cosmic cloud of stellar wreckage. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. How did scientists figure this out from a block of ice? What exactly is lurking in the cosmic cloud? And should we be worried about radiation? Let's break it down. To understand how we know this, we have to look at the specific cosmic fingerprint. An isotope known as iron 60. Now, normal iron is incredibly common on Earth and also on Moon, and also on Mars and other rocky planets, also rest of the solar system. It's in our own skyscrapers, our cars, and hemoglobin carrying oxygen through the blood right now. But iron 60 is a different one. It's a radioactive cousin of normal iron, packing 4 extra neutrons in its nucleus. And here is the thing about iron 60. It is not native to Earth. It cannot be naturally produced by any geological or chemical processes on our planet. It can't even be cooked up by a normal process inside our sun. There is only one place in the universe with the chaotic energy, extreme pressure, and the mind-boggling temperatures required to forge iron 60. The heart of a dying massive star during a supernova explosion. When these stars explode, they blast out heavy elements across light years of empty space like a cosmic shrapnel. But here is the real kicker. Iron 60 is radioactive and it has half-life of about 2.6 million years. Now 2.6 million years might sound like a long time, but in cosmic terms, in a universe which is 13.8 billion years old, that's a blink of an eye. If iron 60 had been on Earth when our planet formed 4.5 billion years ago, every single atom of it would have decayed into a stable nickel billions of years ago. There should be zero iron 60 left on Earth, and yet we just found it. Fresh, undecayed, and perfectly preserved in the snow of Antarctica. So how do we catch this space dust? You use the cleanest net on Earth, the Antarctica ice sheet, because Antarctica experiences almost no industrial pollution, and because its snow accumulation builds neatly layer by layer, century after century, it acts like a giant frozen hard drive, logging everything that falls from the sky. An international research team took samples of the snow and ice dating back tens of thousands of years. They carefully melted it down, filtered it, and ran it through incredibly sensitive piece of machinery called the accelerator mass spectrometer. They weren't looking for pounds of stuff, they were hunting for individual atoms. And against all odds, they found them. Scattered through the snow layers with was light but steady rain of iron 60. But finding it wasn't even the biggest surprise. The real shocker was where they found it in the timeline. In the past, scientists had found deep sea sedimentation, containing iron 60 from millions of years ago, indicating that Earth passed near a supernova in the distant past. But these spikes died down. The Antarctica ice core showed something fundamentally different. The influx of Iron 60 hasn't stopped. It is happening right now. The snow that fell just a few thousand years ago and the snow falling today carries this interstellar signature. This means Earth isn't just looking at the ghostly echoes of an old explosion. We are actively driving through the debris cloud right now. So, what is this cloud we are sailing through? Astronomers call it the local interstellar cloud, or the LIC for short. It's a massive structure of gas and dust spanning about 30 light years across. For the past several thousand years, our entire solar system, which is Sun, Earth, Mars, all of us have been plowing through the cloud at a staggering speed, roughly about 50,000 miles an hour. For a long time, we didn't know exactly what the local interstellar cloud was made of or where it came from. But thanks to the Antarctica ice data, we finally have the answer. The LIC is the literal edge, the expanding shock wave of an ancient supernova, or potentially a cluster of supernovae that exploded millions of years ago in our cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a firework exploding in the sky. Long after the bright flash fades, a ring of smoke keeps expanding outward through the air. Our solar system has essentially driven right into the expanding ring of cosmic smoke. As our planet moves through it, Earth's gravity sweeps up the heavy dust particles, dragging them through our atmosphere, where they gently settle into the polar ice. Now, hearing these words like radioactive space dust and alien supernova debris might make you wonder, are we in danger? Is this radioactive cloud threatening the life on Earth? The short answer is no. We are perfectly safe, and we have two incredible shields to thank for it. The first shield belongs to our sun. It's called the heliosphere. The sun constantly blows out powerful streams of charged particles known as solar wind. This wind creates a gigantic magnetic bubble that surrounds the entire system. As we sail through local interstellar cloud, the heliosphere acts like the bow of a ship, deflecting the vast majority of interstellar gas, cosmic rays, and dangerous radiation around us. Only the heaviest, densest bit of matter, like tiny grains of dust laced with iron 60, have enough momentum to punch through the heliosphere and make it to the inner solar system. And the tiny fraction of the dust that does make it to Earth has to face our second shield, our atmosphere and magnetic field. By the time these atoms drift down to the surface of Antarctica, they are also incredibly sparse that they pose absolutely zero health risk. Instead of a threat, this cloud is a gift. It's an unprecedented scientific gold mine. It allows us to study the chemistry of a dying star without ever leaving our planet. This discovery completely changes how we think about our place in the universe. We often view our solar system as an isolated, peaceful bubble, completely cut off from the chaotic deep space beyond. But the Antarctica ice has shattered that illusion. It proves Earth is deeply, intimately connected to the wider galaxy. We are dynamic travelers in changing cosmic landscape. Astronomers estimate that our solar system will finish its voyage through the local interstellar cloud in the next 10 to 20,000 years. As we exit, we will sail into a new region of interstellar space, and the layers of Antarctica snow will record that transition too. It's a beautiful reminder that we are all quite literally made of stardust, and right now we are sailing through the very force that created us. And therefore, friends, if you found this discovery as mind-blowing as I did, make sure to smash that like button. It really helps the channel out. Let me know in the comments below, how do you feel to know that you're breathing an ancient supernova dust right now? Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating space breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next voyage, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today and were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history. It is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago, and we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around the 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, trusty in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. The earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables and using marks, and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that derives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So, where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distinct. So, in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity. And that form two symbol 1 and 0, the universe of knowledge can unfold. So the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom reminds us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason. For their lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights, and in their echoes we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. The lines on the silicon wafer are now more important than the borders on the map. As the corporate giants merge to control the world's lithography, the UPSC syllabus is being rewritten in real time. If you don't understand how these semiconductors dictate the national sovereignty, you're already behind the administrative curve. How? Let us explore this further. If your UPSC notes on globalization still rely on the logic of the early 2020s, where efficiency and open markets reign supreme, you are already behind the curve. In 2026, the lines on a silicon wafer are more critical than the borders on the map. We are witnessing a global silicon merger, a strategic consolidation of power where semiconductors, lithography, the backbone of AI, defense, and the global economy is becoming a monopoly. This isn't just a tech issue, it is the single most important variable in the 2026-27 UPSC syllabus. Today we are tearing up the old playbook and rewriting our notes on national sovereignty. The India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 and why the chip war is the great game of our generation. The global semiconductor industry is projected to cross $1 trillion revenue threshold by 2026 end. But here is a catch. It is becoming zero-sum game. For years, we taught ourselves that supply chain were about comparative advantages. Today, that has been replaced by technological sovereignty. Why? Because as AI demand explodes, we see a massive divergence. And there are few things that we must know. First is the AI pivot. Memory chips, which is also known as DRAM, and the specialized AI compute hardware are seeing unprecedented demand, leading to a structural constraint where only a handful of players can supply the the pickaxes for the AI gold rush. Number two is the geopolitical trap. As the US and China decouple, countries are no longer looking for the cheapest chip. They are looking for the safest chips. This has led to a strategic consolidation of lithography technology. And number three, which is related to your GS3 paper, stop thinking of semiconductors as just another commodity. They are now strategic assets. When you write your answers, don't talk about trade barriers, talk about supply chain resilience and critical infrastructure protections. So where does the India stand here in this in all of this? In July 2026, the Union Cabinet officially approved Semicon 2.0 with an outlay of 1,27,500 crore in terms of Indian rupees. If you are still only talking about Semicon 1.0 in your answers, you are losing marks. Semicon 2.0 is a shift from capacity creation to technological depth. It focuses on 6 critical pillars which you need to memorize. Number one is chip design, moving from mere services provider to IP owners. Number two is machine and material, localization of chemicals and the gases required for manufacturing. Number three is the fabrications, fab, in short, moving towards 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer nodes by the next decades. Number four is ATMP or OSCT, advanced packaging, which is the hidden part of the value chain. India is currently dominating. R&D, closing the gap between Indian academic research and the industry application. And lastly, the talent, creating a future ready force. So what are the UPSC takeaway? India is no longer just aiming to be a hub, it is aiming to be a trusted partner. When analyzing India's foreign policy, look at the MOU signed with the EU, Japan, and the US. This is not just trade, it is building of Silicon diplomacy bloc. To master this topic for the mains, recognize your notes into this 4-quadrant framework. Quadrant 1, which is the geopolitics, discuss the Silicon diplomacy and the Quad semiconductor supply chain partnership. Quadrant 2 is the economy. Discuss shift from cyclic semiconductor growth to AI-driven structural demand. Quadrant 3 is the internal security. Semiconductors are the backbone of defense, satellite, and telecom infrastructure. And lastly, quadrant 4, which is the governance, the role of Niti Aayog's roadmap and the transition from fiscal subsidies to R&D-led growth. Do not just dump facts about the fab plants. Connect them to Atmanirbhar Bharat and the goal of achieving domestic capability for 70 to 75% of applications by 2029. The most important takeaway for civil servant is that the world is moving away from a single global supply chain to a multipolar technology ecosystem. If you understand that semiconductors are the new oil and the monopolies controlling them are the new OPEC, you will write answers that demonstrate a high level of administrative understanding of the 21st century statecraft. Don't just prepare for an exam, prepare for the role of the policymaker. Rewrite your notes, focus on the strategy, not just the states. And remember, in the race for the digital sovereignty, India isn't just participating in its, in the whole rat race. It is positioning itself to lead. So friends, in the end, I will like to say good luck for your examinations, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज जुलाई 23 है और आज बृहस्पतिवार है, थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन आप सब जानते हैं कि भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की वंदना करके, स्तुति करके। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है जो भगवान विष्णु के लिए हम रिसाइट करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़िए और इस मंत्र को रिसाइट करिए। तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं। पहले अपने हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और भगवान जी को याद करिए और उनका नमन करते हैं। अब हम आंख बंद करके 11 दफ़ा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। मंत्र मैं पहले बता देता हूँ। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। बहुत ही आसान है। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। चलिए अब हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, हम शुरुआत करते हैं। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की जो स्तुति है, जो पूजा है, वो समाप्त हुई। तो अब आपसे विदा लेते हैं इस वीडियो में, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ नमस्कार।
Friends,
is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning. As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save a $1 billion trade deal. So, what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington, D.C. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor, and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee, they are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, while DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Let me ask you, are you relying solely on willpower to keep your business moving forward? Many leaders find that discipline alone leads to burnout. True sustainable leadership requires something deeper, a shift from controlling your impulses to finding higher taste in your work. In this video, we will try and find the answer to this very profound question, and we will take help of Bhagavad Gita. We will apply its ancient wisdom to the modern executive decision making. We will learn why external self control is only a temporary fix and discover how to cultivate a purpose driven mindset that naturally eliminate distraction and exhaustion. Let's go. Imagine it's 11 p.m. The office is quiet. You have hit your KPIs. You have managed the crisis and your team is performing. By all metrics, you are the picture of discipline. You have mastered the grind, but if you are honest with yourself in the silence of this moment, you feel a strange hollow fatigue. You're not tired because you aren't working hard enough. You are tired because you have been relying on willpower alone to sustain you. In the modern corporate world, we treat discipline like a religion. We praise the 4 a.m. wake up calls, the relentless sacrifice, and the ironclad self control. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to share a piece of ancient wisdom that suggests there is a massive difference between controlling yourself and being inspired by something greater. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 59 of Bhagavad Gita, a timeless management strategy for the modern CEOs. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let us define the problem. Most leadership development focus on suppression. We suppress our stress, we suppress our doubts, we suppress our desire for a balanced life because we believe discipline is the only thing standing between us and a failure. We treat our impulses like enemies. We white knuckle our way through board meetings, through difficult conversations, and through burnout. But here is the truth, and the Gita points it out clearly. The quote starts: often we may come and keep the senses under control, but the taste of the object of enjoyment still remains. And the quote closes. Think about it. You can force yourself to follow a routine. You can force yourself to lead. But if you are still internally, testing the stress or, thinking about the stress or the greed or the ego, the discipline is just a temporary dam holding back a flood. Eventually, the dam would break at some point in time. When you lead only through discipline, you are constantly fighting against your own nature. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You can do it for a while, but eventually your arms get tired. And that is where the exhaustive burnout comes from. So, what is the alternative? The verse continues with a powerful solution. But once with divine consciousness loses the taste for such sensory objects, having acquired a higher taste. This is a shift from discipline to purpose. In the context of C suite, divine consciousness isn't just a spiritual term, it's about alignment. It's about being so deeply connected to the why of your organization, your vision, your legacy, your contribution to humanity that the petty distractions, the ego driven impulses are the exhaustion, that is some of sort of that you lose your flavor. When you discover a higher taste, you don't have to fight your lower instinct. They simply become uninteresting. Imagine a child playing with a cheap plastic toy. If you try to take it away, they fight with you. They have a taste for that toy. But if you show them a beautiful, complex, fascinating educational game, they drop the plastic toy voluntarily and you don't have to force them to do anything. They just found something better. And that is the CEO superpower. When you lead from a place of higher purpose, you aren't sacrificing your health or your peace of mind to achieve results. You are naturally moving towards a goal that is inherently satisfying. So, how do we apply this in the board tomorrow? How do you move from the grind to higher taste? Number one, audit your why, which is looking beyond profit. If your only taste is the quarterly returns, your willpower will eventually dry up. Does your business serve a larger purpose? Does it solve a genuine human problem? Reconnect your daily tasks to the impact that you're making. When the work matters, discipline becomes easy. Number two, practice strategic detachment. This doesn't mean apathy. It means you stop obsessing over the outcome and start obsessing over the process of the service. When you're detached from the fruits of your labor, you stop being a slave to the stress of success or even failure. You gain clarity. Number three is delegate the ego. Often we try to control every detail because we are addicted to the feelings of being indispensable, the lower taste of being the hero. To reach a higher taste, you must empower your team. Leadership isn't about you being the smartest person in the room, it's about you being the most aligned person in the room. Leadership is not a sprint of willpower, it is a marathon of consciousness. Don't settle for just being disciplined. Anyone can be disciplined if they are miserable enough. Aim for something higher. Find the purpose that makes the struggle disappear. When you lead with higher taste, you don't just achieve more. You become someone who others want to follow. Today, I challenge you to look at your own calendar and ask yourself, am I doing this out of habit and willpower, or am I doing this because I've caught a glimpse of something better? The answer to that question will change the way you lead starting right now. So friends, thanks for watching for this this video, and if this resonate with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you maintain your higher taste when the pressure is on? Let's keep the conversation going, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight. Right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut costs into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. and that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path lead to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into a interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months, it can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. by cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रेटेजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है, टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे। आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्ष को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जरा रुकिए, आज का बाजार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है, और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा, और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी, जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें, और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए, और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा सा आसान दिखता है। श्लोक कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएं, तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें, तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊंगा जिससे आप इसको धीरे धीरे अपने जीवन में डाल सकते हैं और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर, जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको यह याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्डरूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं, तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार। Hello friends. The big question that we want to answer today is that the next industrial revolution happening in deep space? Very profound question. While the world has been focused on the AI boom, a silent titan has been emerging in the labs. And this is known as Mars Plasma Thruster. Forget the silicon gold rush. The real treasure is being found in the vacuum of space. In today's video, we dive deep into the trillion-dollar engine and explore why plasma propulsion is no longer a science fiction, but the backbone of the next global economic era. From slashing the cost of satellites deployment to enabling sustainable deep space logistics, plasma tech is disrupting the global tech market and shifting the scales of geopolitical leadership. We break down the cosmic infrastructure that will define the 2030s and beyond. Let's go. While the world has been looking down at their phones, distracted by the latest AI chatbot and the fluctuating prices of the tech stock, a silent revolution has been brewing in the vacuum of space. We have spent the last decade obsessed with that cloud, but the next trillion-dollar industry isn't made of software. It's made of fire, or more accurately, plasma. In the history of humanity, every great economic gold rush was preceded by a breakthrough in transportation. In the 19th century, we had the steam engine, which opened up the frontiers. In the 20th century, we had the jet engine, which shrank the globe, and the entire earth is now known as a global village. But we stand here in 2026. We are facing a wall. Our current rocket technology, which is based on chemical propulsion, is essentially just a fancy way of blowing things up to push ourselves forward. It's heavy, it is inefficient, and it is the reason why the trip to Mars still feels like a suicide mission. Enter the plasma thruster, specifically the high power variant being designed for a Mars run. This isn't just a faster engine, it is a cornerstone of what we call the cosmic infrastructure. Today we are going to pull back the curtain on why this technology is the trillion-dollar engine, and why it's sparking a geopolitical and economic race that will redefine the global leadership for the next century. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the gold rush, we have to understand the tool. Most of us grew up watching the space shuttle or the Saturn V massive towers of fire. Those are the chemical rockets. They work by burning fuel to create a massive amount of thrust in a very short time. It's a great equipment for getting off the earth, but traveling through space, it's like trying to drive across a continent in a car that has 5,000 gallon tank, but only got 2 miles per gallon, right? So plasma thruster, often called the iron engines, are specifically the VASIMR, VASIMR, which stands for Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, operate on a completely different principle. Instead of burning fuel, they use electricity, often from the solar panels or the small nuclear reactor, to turn a gas like argon or xenon into plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. By using the powerful magnetic field, the engine accelerates this plasma to incredible speed, up to 50 kilometers per second. Now, here is a magic trick. A plasma engine doesn't have the raw power to lift a house off the ground, but once you are in the vacuum of space, it is the ultimate marathon runner. It can stay on for months, constantly accelerating. While a chemical rocket is a sprint, the plasma engine is a bullet train. It can cut a trip to Mars from 9 months down to just 3 months. But for the tech market, the speed isn't even the most exciting part. It is the efficiency. Because of these engines require fraction of the propellant, we can finally stop sending fuel into space and start sending payload. And in business, payload is profit. So let's talk numbers. Why $1 trillion? Right now, the space economy is valued at roughly $600 billion. Most of that is satellite GPS satellites, communication satellite, and weather satellites, etc. Also military satellites, but we are not counting those. But there is a bottleneck. Satellites are disposable. Once they run out of fuel to stay in their proper orbit, they become expensive space junk. Plasma thruster changed the math of space logistics. Imagine a fleet of space tugs, a small plasma powered vehicle that can move from orbit to orbit, refueling satellites, repairing them, or moving them to new positions. This isn't just a niche service, it is the birth of an orbital economy. When the cost of moving things in space drops by 90%, industries that were once impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. Think about asteroid mining. A single metallic asteroid can contain more platinum and gold than has ever been mined in human history. But you can't bring a 500-ton rock back to Earth using chemical rockets. The fuel cost would bankrupt you and before you left the atmosphere. With plasma propulsion, however, you have the slow and steady torque needed to move massive amount of raw material across the solar system. And this is a tech gold rush. The winner just won't be one who finds the gold. It will be the one who owns the infrastructure, the engines that make the trade routes possible. This brings us to the showdown. Who is going to own this infrastructure? Very big question. For decades, space are playground of the superpower, the US and Russia. But the plasma revolution has leveled the playing field and at the same time raised the stakes. We are seeing a three-way race. And which are the titans? NASA and the European Space Agency are betting big on nuclear-enabled plasma propulsion for 2030's Mars mission. Who are the disruptors? Private companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, smaller startups like Ad Astra are moving at Silicon Valley speed, aiming to commercialize these thrusters for satellite constellations. And who are the new contender? Nations like India and China are aggressively investing in electrical propulsion systems. India's ISRO, for example, has become a world leader in cost-effective satellite launches. If they can crack the code on high-efficiency plasma engines, they won't just be launching satellites for others. They will be managing a high ground of the global internet and defense network. Global leadership in the 21st century is no longer just about who has the most aircraft carriers. It's about who controls the cosmic toll booths. If a nation or a corporation owns the primary plasma transport network, they effectively control the flow of data, resources, and security for the entire planet. And this is why the Mars thruster isn't just a piece of hardware, it is a geopolitical chess piece. Now, you might be thinking this is all great for astronauts and billionaires, but what does it mean for guys like me and you, people living in Delhi, London, or New York? The tech gold rush always has a ripple effect. When we perfect the jet engines, we didn't just get faster vacations, we got global trade, overnight shipping, and a connected world. The development of Mars-grade plasma thruster requires breakthrough in superconductors, number one. To create the magnetic field needs to contain 1 million degrees of plasma. So we need very high magnetic field generators. Number two is the energy density. To power these engines, we are developing the most efficient solar and micronuclear systems ever conceived. Number three is the material science. Creating hulls that can withstand the bombardment of deep space radiation. These technologies don't stay in space. The superconductor that powers a Mars thruster today will power a fusion reactor on Earth tomorrow. The energy system designed for plasma engines will eventually provide clean, limitless power for our cities. The trillion-dollar engine is a massive R&D laboratory for the problems we face on Earth today. We aren't going to Mars to escape the Earth. We are going to Mars to invent the tool that will save it. So this is very exciting. So friends, do let me know what you feel about it. And I will catch you again in the next one. Before I go, what about our affiliate partner? Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
अगस्त की जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की स्पीच थी वो बहुत ही लैंडमार्क स्पीच थी। बहुत सारे इसमें बातें कही गई, एक फ्यूचर रोड मैप दिखाया गया और काफ़ी सारी इसमें बातें हैं। लेकिन आज इस वीडियो में, लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में, हम सिर्फ एक चीज़ की चर्चा करने वाले हैं, वो है न्यूक्लियर पुश। उन्होंने 5 न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर नए बनाने की बात कही और उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि हमें पावर की ज़रूरत है, ग्रोइंग इंडिया को पावर की बहुत ज़रूरत है और सबसे ईजी तरीका जो पावर पाने का है वो न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर्स लगाने का है। तो ये सब कैसे होगा, इसके पीछे क्या स्ट्रेटजी है, किस तरह के न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर बनाए जाएंगे, इन सब की हम चर्चा करेंगे अपने लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में। तो हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। जैसे कि मैंने पहले बताया आपको कि इंडिया एक पावर हंग्री नेशन है, ग्रोइंग नेशन है। ग्रोथ इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा ग्रोथ है, 8% की ग्रोथ हम दे रहे हैं। हमारी इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है, हमको बहुत सारे काम करने हैं। सबसे बड़े काम हमें करना है, इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन करना है। हर चीज़ का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन करना है और हमें फॉसिल फ्यूल से दूर हटके इलेक्ट्रिक एनर्जी पे जाना है। तो अब इतना बड़ा देश है, एकदम से नहीं हो पाएगा। तो इसके पीछे क्या क्या काम हो चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने जो 15 अगस्त पे लाल किले की प्राचीर से जो बताया, बहुत सारी बातें बताई, हमने उनमें से एक इस वीडियो के लिए हमने चुना है, वो है 5 नए न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर। तो ये आउट ऑफ द ब्लू नहीं बोला गया है, इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रैटेजी है। और चलिए इसके पहले डिस्कस करने से पहले ये जान लेते हैं कि क्या क्या काम ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं और 5 नए न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर की बात क्यों हो रही है और इसके पीछे क्या राज है और ये जो 5 का जो आंकड़ा है ये कैसे आया। तो पहली बात तो यह है, जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने जो टारगेट हम सब के लिए तय किया है वो है 2047 का। 2047 तक हमें नंबर 2 या नंबर 3 कंट्री होना है, डेवलप्ड कंट्री की श्रेणी में आना है। इसका मतलब यह है कि हर सिटीजन की जो लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड है वो डेवलप्ड नेशन के एक सिटीजन की तरह होना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो
अगर ये सब चीज़ें हमें करनी है तो हमें इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की काफ़ी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। तो एज एन एस्टिमेट, ये एस्टिमेट किया जा रहा है कि 2047 तक इंडिया की जो नीड है, पावर जो नीड है, वो होगी 100 गीगावाट, 100 गीगावाट आवर। इतनी नीड होगी। तो इतनी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पैदा करने के लिए आपको सोलर एनर्जी से नहीं हो पाएगा, विंड एनर्जी से नहीं हो पाएगा, आपको डिपेंड करना पड़ेगा न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी पे, बिकॉज ये एक रिलायबल एनर्जी है जो कंटिन्यूस एनर्जी आपको देता है। और बाकी चीज़ें हैं, जैसे अगर रात हो गई तो सोलर एनर्जी बंद हो जाती है, और अगर हवा नहीं चल रही तो बिजली बंद हो जाती है। तो ये हम अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, हमें कांस्टेंट एक एनर्जी का सोर्स चाहिए, और न्यूक्लियर से अच्छा कोई और सोर्स नहीं है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने बातें की, ग्रीन एनर्जी की भी बात की उन्होंने, मतलब न्यूक्लियर की तो बात की, लेकिन हमें जो न्यूक्लियर 5 नए न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर की जो बात हुई, उसको हमें आइसोलेशन में नहीं समझना चाहिए। उन्होंने क्या बताया? उन्होंने बताया कि हमारा ग्रीन एनर्जी की तरफ भी बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है। उन्होंने दुनिया की पहली मालवाहक ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से चलने वाली मालगाड़ी का भी जिक्र किया, जो हम सबको पता है कि हाइड्रोजन से चलने वाली दुनिया की पहली ट्रेन इंडिया ने ही चलाई है। और मतलब जो सारी जो जितनी भी रेल चलती है, ट्रेन्स चलती हैं इंडिया में, सारी बिजली पे ट्रांसफर हो चुकी हैं, क्योंकि वो एक पॉल्यूशन का एक बहुत बड़ा सोर्स था। तो वो ऑलरेडी इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने अपना काम कर दिया है। और जो अभी पेट्रोलियम जो हमें जो कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, वो प्राइवेट व्हीकल्स या बसेस में किया जा रहा है। धीरे धीरे बसेस का भी इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन चालू है। बहुत सारी कंपनीज हैं जो इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रही हैं, और बहुत सारे जो टूर ऑपरेटर्स हैं वो इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस पे ट्रांसफर हो रहे हैं। वैसे ही ट्रक्स का भी हो रहा है, और अल्टीमेटली ये भी पुश किया जा रहा है कि जो प्राइवेट कार ओनर्स हैं, व्हीकल ओनर्स हैं, वो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पे चले जाएं। तो ये बैकग्राउंड है। इतना होने के बाद भी जो पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट है वो बहुत ज्यादा है इंडिया की, क्योंकि बड़ा देश है, बहुत बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है यहाँ पे। उन्होंने एक और बात का जिक्र किया, वो है एआई पुश को भी जिक्र किया। अब आप में से काफी लोग जानते होंगे, जो एआई है उसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा पावर चाहिए उसको ऑपरेट करने के लिए। तो आज हम उस बात के डिटेल में नहीं जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हमें मतलब इंडिया को काफी पावर की जरूरत पड़ेगी। तो एंटर द न्यूक्लियर पावर। अब इन्होंने 5 न्यूक्लियर स्टेशंस की बात की, 5 रिएक्टर्स की बात की, और ज़्यादातर जो हमारे पास जो न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर जिसकी टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास है, वो यूरेनियम बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर है। तो चलिए आज की बात कर लेते हैं। जो यूरेनियम बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर होता है वो बहुत ही बड़े होते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेंसिव होते हैं, बहुत लॉन्ग टर्म भी होते हैं। मतलब एक बार उसको फीड कर दिया तो 20-20 साल की उनकी लाइफ होती है, 20 साल तक कंटिन्यूसली वो चलते रहते हैं। ऑल यू हैव टू डू इज मेंटेन देम। तो जो यूरेनियम है, एक बार उसको लोड किया और वो पावर देता रहता है, 20-25 साल तक वो चलता रहता है। तो हमारे पास जो अभी एट द मोमेंट जो हमारे पास जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो यूरेनियम बेस्ड है। अब इसकी बात करते हैं। देखिए, यूरेनियम जो है हैवी एलिमेंट है, धरती पे कम पाया जाता है। कुछ ही देश हैं जिनकी मोनोपोली है यूरेनियम के ऊपर। 2 खास देश हैं जिनके पास बहुत ही अधिक मात्रा में यूरेनियम पाया जाता है। एक है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस, जिन्होंने यूरेनियम बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर पावर का उन्होंने इन्वेंशन किया, क्योंकि उनके पास यूरेनियम पाया जाता है। दूसरा बड़ा देश है कजाकिस्तान, जिसका रेगुलेशन, जहां पे यूरेनियम काफी पाया जाता है, उसका रेगुलेशन भी अमेरिका के हाथ में है। या ये समझ लीजिए कि बड़े बड़े जो देश हैं, रशिया, अमेरिका, चाइना, वो इस यूरेनियम का जो रेगुलेशन है, सर्कुलेशन है दुनिया में, किसको मिलेगा किसको नहीं, ये सब कंट्रोल किया जाता है बड़ी बड़ी ताकतों के द्वारा। तो आपको याद होगा, जब मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार थी तो एक न्यूक्लियर डील की बात होती थी, क्योंकि हमें यूरेनियम अगर चाहिए अपने न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर के लिए, तो हमें कहाँ से लेना पड़ेगा यूरेनियम न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर को। हमने रिएक्टर तो बना दिया, लेकिन उसमें फ्यूल ही नहीं है। तो वो हम इनके सहारे हैं। अब देखिए बहुत सारी बातें हो रही हैं, आत्मनिर्भर बनने की भी बात हो रही है, हर फील्ड में हो रही है कि हमें हर फील्ड में आत्मनिर्भर बनना है। तो अब देखिए आपको पता होगा, काफ़ी लोगों को पता होगा कि जो हमारा जो तेजस एयरक्राफ्ट है उसका इंजन डिले कर रहा है यूएस। वो नहीं चाहता कि हमारे इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर हमारा एरोप्लेन उड़े, तो क्योंकि हम उन पे डिपेंडेंट हैं। तो अगर हम न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर्स की बात कर रहे हैं और हम यूरेनियम बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर की बात कर रहे हैं, तो वही कैच 22 सिचुएशन बन जाती है। वापस वहीं पे आ जाते हैं कि हमने न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर तो बना दिया, लेकिन हमको हमको उसका फ्यूल कहाँ से मिलेगा? फिर हम उनके पास जाना पड़ेगा और उनसे बात करनी पड़ेगी, नेगोशिएट करना पड़ेगा। फिर वो हमें थोड़ा सा यूरेनियम देंगे, वो कहेंगे नहीं एक बनाओ, 4 क्यों बना रहे हो, 5 क्यों बना रहे हो, कंडीशंस, टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस बोलेंगे। तो इसके लिए जहाँ तक मैंने रिसर्च किया, बाय द वे मैं आपको ये बात बता दूं कि ये जो मैं आपको सब चीज़ बता रहा हूँ, ये मेरा अपना किया हुआ रिसर्च है। और गवर्नमेंट क्या इनिशिएटिव लेगी इसके बारे में हमें कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं अपनी तरफ से ये सोच के बता रहा हूँ कि ऐसा होना चाहिए। तो हमारे देश में यूरेनियम नहीं पाया जाता है। हमारे देश में क्या पाया जाता है? थोरियम। हमारे देश के जो वेस्टर्न कोस्ट है, उसके जो कोस्ट लाइन है, जहाँ बीचेस हैं, वहाँ की सैंड इज वेरी रिच विथ थोरियम। थोरियम इज ऑल्सो ए न्यूक्लियर फिसाइल प्रोडक्ट। फिसाइल उसको बोलते हैं जो न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर में यूज किया जाता है। लेकिन यूरेनियम में पावर बहुत होती है, थोरियम में पावर कम होती है। थोरियम रिएक्टर्स छोटे होते हैं, तो इनके फायदे भी होते हैं, नुकसान भी होते हैं। और क्योंकि हमारे पास है, अब हम आत्मनिर्भर होने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो मैं ऐसा सोचता हूं कि हमें यूरेनियम रिएक्टर ना बना के छोटे छोटे बहुत सारे, मतलब 5 की बात कही है प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, लेकिन मैं ऐसा सोचता हूं कि हमें छोटे छोटे न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर, थोरियम बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर बनाने चाहिए। वो लेस हजार्डस भी होते हैं, उनमें एक्सीडेंट भी अगर होते हैं तो इतना बड़ा खतरा नहीं होता जैसे यूरेनियम के बेस्ड न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर के अंदर होता है। और ये रॉ मटेरियल है वो हमारे देश में मिलता है। हमारे जो बीचेस हैं वेस्ट इंडिया के कोस्ट के, वहाँ पे रेत के अंदर थोरियम बहुत ज़्यादा मात्रा में पाया जाता है। तो ऑल वी हैव टू डू इज, हमें थोरियम वहाँ से रिफाइन करके अपने छोटे जो रिएक्टर्स हैं, थोरियम रिएक्टर्स, उनको फीड करके हम अपनी बिजली बना सकते हैं। तो उससे क्या होगा कि बहुत सारे हमारे रिएक्टर्स बन जाएंगे और डिसेंट्रलाइज भी हो जाएगा। और क्योंकि हमारा देश बड़ा है, यहाँ पे डिसेंट्रलाइज होना काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। सेंट्रलाइजेशन रिसोर्सेज का थोड़ा नुकसान हो सकता है, क्योंकि पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर अगर एक है तो काफ़ी बड़ा असर उसका होता है। दूसरी बात अब आती है, जो यूरेनियम रिएक्टर है उसमें हीट ट्रांसफर जो करते हैं, हीट ट्रांसफर मतलब जो रिएक्टर से टरबाइन तक जो हीट ट्रांसफर होती है, उसके लिए हैवी वाटर चाहिए होता है। तो हैवी वाटर जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसमें बहुत टाइम लगता है। मतलब पानी से हमें हैवी वाटर बनाना होता है, तो वो भी हैवी वाटर भी कई लोग बना के रखते हैं। मतलब इंडिया के पास टेक्नोलॉजी होगा हैवी वाटर बनाने का, लेकिन उसमें हैवी वाटर लगता है जो बहुत ही एक्सपेंसिव प्रोसेस है, और उस फिर वो रेडियो एक्टिव हो जाता है, उसको डिस्पोजेबल करना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। तो जो थोरियम रिएक्टर्स हैं उसमें हैवी वाटर की जरूरत नहीं होती, उसमें सॉल्ट की जरूरत होती है। और ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो बिकॉज जब ये न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर बनाए जा रहे थे 50s 60s के दशक में, तो ऑब्वियसली रशिया के पास यूरेनियम नहीं था, तो उन्होंने थोरियम बेस्ड रिएक्टर्स पे रिसर्च काफ़ी की है। और उनके पास उन्होंने सॉल्ट बेस्ड जो रिएक्टर्स हैं, उनके इंस्टेड ऑफ हैवी वाटर दे यूज सॉल्ट टू डू हीट ट्रांसफर। तो थोरियम के अंदर सॉल्ट है, तो सॉल्ट की भी कोई कमी नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर, थोरियम की भी कमी नहीं है। रिएक्टर बनाना भी मुश्किल नहीं है, इजी होता है, छोटे बनते हैं। और इसके अंदर अगर हैजार्डस भी कम होते हैं, रेडिएशन भी कम होता है, हालांकि इसका जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आउटपुट होता है वो भी कम होता है। तो हमें छोटे छोटे रिएक्टर्स बना के छोटी छोटी जगहों पे, ग्रिड पे हमें उसको सप्लाई करना चाहिए। तो मेरा टेक अवे जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की स्पीच के बाद हुआ है, क्योंकि उन्होंने न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर्स की बात की है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हो सकता है जो इंडियन जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, हो सकता है जब इस प्राइम मिनिस्टर की जो विश लिस्ट है, जो उन्होंने बोला है कि 5 रिएक्टर बनाए जाएंगे, जब वो इम्प्लीमेंट करें हो सकता है कि उस टाइम जियो पॉलिटिक्स क्या बने, और किस तरह का सिचुएशन बने, और कितना आपको इंटरनल पुश लगे, और रॉ मटेरियल कैसे बने, और क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आए अवेलेबिलिटी के हिसाब से, और हमारी टेक्निकल नो हाउ के हिसाब से। हो सकता है कि हो सकता है कि थोरियम बेस्ड रिएक्टर भी बन सकते हैं इंडिया में। मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ, ऐसा मानता हूँ। पर दोस्तों, आपको क्या लगता है? आपको लगता है कि यूरेनियम के बेस्ड हमारे पास रिएक्टर्स होने चाहिए बड़े, और उससे हमें डिपेंडेंसी हो जाएगी बाहर के देशों की, या हमें अपने आत्मनिर्भर बन के थोरियम बेस्ड रिएक्टर बनाने चाहिए? इन चीज का इस सवाल का जवाब आप हमें कमेंट्स में लिख के भेजिए, और आपके पास जो भी और कोई विचार हैं तो जरूर हमारे साथ कम्युनिकेट करें। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग लाइव, और मैं आपसे मिलता हूं अगले वीडियो में। तब तक आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। Hello, friends. Welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So, let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, or not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition, it is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, They cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. Alright, so before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. What would happen to the global economy if the humans suddenly lost the ability to lie? Very important question, and therefore in this video we dive into the fascinating thought experiment. If honesty became the only option for every human on earth, which major industries would collapse first? From high-stake advertising to political campaigning to the complex world of corporate PR and everyday sales, we analyze the business model that depends entirely on the white lie. Let's go. Imagine waking up tomorrow in a world where white lies are physically impossible. You go to work, your boss asks, how was your weekend? And instead of the polite, it was great, thanks, you are compelled to say, it was miserable. I spent the whole time stressed about this presentation. Now imagine that the same filter or lack of thereof applied to every transactions, every advertisement and every political speech on the planet. Today we are embarking on a thought experiment. If the humanity suddenly lost the ability to deceive, which industries would crumble under the weight of the absolute truth? We are looking at the sectors built on foundation of the lie. First, let's look at the titan of the industry that might face the swiftest collapse, which is advertising. Market is often described as the art of persuasion, but let's be honest, it frequently relies on misleading implications. Think about the weight loss supplement that claims this pill will help you shed pounds. Is it a lie? Technically, it might work for one person, but implies a result that isn't a universal result or a guaranteed result. If human couldn't lie, ads would have to become terrifyingly literal. No more the best coffee in the world. Just this coffee is produced by a factory that pays its employee minimum wage and use medium quality beans. The industry spent billions on creating a vibe rather than conveying the data. If we strip away the aspirational imagery and exaggerated promises, the entire multi-trillion-dollar advertising machine would grind to an halt. Then there is the classical industry, which is used as a car salesman. We have all heard the stories about the cars that is in perfect condition, right up until the moment it leaves the garage. This industry relies on information asymmetry, the idea that the seller knows the flaws and the buyer doesn't. If a salesperson was suddenly incapable of omitting the fact that the transmission is failing, or that the vehicle was in floods, business model would implode instantly. It's not just cars. It's any business where the seller holds more information than the buyer. In a world of absolute truth, buyer beware disappears, replaced by seller forced to confess. Without the ability to bury the bad news, these transactions would become either brutally honest or non-existent. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk about the industry that thrive on the spin, which is politics. The public relation is in many ways the art of controlling a narrative by selecting which truth to be highlighted and which to bury. If the politicians are incapable of lying, the standard campaign trail would disappear overnight. Imagine a debate where a candidate is asked, "How will you fund the tax cut?" And they are forced to say, "I have no idea. I'm just saying this to get your vote." The political apparatus, which is built on campaign promise that was rarely kept, would require a total restructuring. It wouldn't just be very embarrassing, it would be immediate crisis of legitimacy for governments worldwide. We have to touch on the corporate office too. The white lie is a grease that keeps the professional engine running. Your presentation was great. I will get right on that. Or it's not you, it is the company restructuring. Research shows that maintaining these lies take immense mental and physical energy. While honesty is generally better for our health and stress levels, our professional culture is built on a layer of social cushioning. If that layer vanishes, the HR department would be overwhelmed and the professional relationships would either shatter or become purely fictional, right? The office wouldn't be necessarily go bankrupt, but the culture of modern workplace would be unrecognizable. So if the marketing, used car sales, political campaigning are in the danger zone, what would survive then? The industry is based on hard facts and tangible value. Engineering, scientific research, and logistics. When you are building a bridge, you cannot spin the structural integrity. The truth is forced upon by the gravity itself. The company would survive and thrive are the ones that have been selling truth all along. In a world without lies, transparency becomes the ultimate competitive advantage. Ultimately, a world without lie would be a world of radical efficiency, but it would also be incredibly painful. We rely on these little lies to maintain our social fabric. So what do you think, friends? If we had to choose one industry to wipe off from the map of the earth, would it be advertisers, the politicians, or the car salesmen? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into what if of our world. Thanks for watching. I will catch you again very soon.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, क्या हो अगर दुनिया की सबसे मशहूर मूर्ति वास्तव में कला ना होकर क्वांटम फिजिक्स का मैनुअल हो। मैं बात कर रही हूं चिदम्बरम मंदिर की नटराज प्रतिमा की। इस ब्रॉन्ज स्टैच्यू में कॉस्मोस का एक सीक्रेट मैप छुपा है जो हमारे इतिहास की समझ को चुनौती देता है। यह सिर्फ एक शिव का डांस नहीं है, बल्कि धातु में ढला एक सोफिस्टिकेटेड एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट है जो यूनिवर्स क्रिएशन साइकिल को दर्शाता है। वैज्ञानिक खोज रहे हैं कि नटराज की प्रोपोर्शंस परफेक्टली मिरर द रिदमिक ऑसिलेशन ऑफ सब एटॉमिक पार्टिकल्स। क्या ये सच है? हम समझ रहे हैं कि एंशिएंट स्कल्प्टर्स कैलकुलेटेड द फ्लूइड डायनेमिक्स सेंचुरीज बिफोर द मॉडर्न साइंस कॉट अप विद द ट्रुथ। आज हम तांडव के पीछे छुपे हुए रहस्यों को उजागर करेंगे। नटराज की ब्रॉन्ज स्टैच्यू को जब हम देखते हैं तो सबसे पहले हमारी दृष्टि उनके डांस की लय, उसकी मुद्रा और उसके चारों ओर फैले सर्कल ऑफ फायर पर जाती है। ये दृश्य केवल एक कला का अद्भुत नमूना नहीं है, बल्कि एक गहरे कॉस्मिक मैथमेटिक्स का भी प्रतीक है। सामने दिखता हुआ ये डांस वास्तव में छिपे हुए यूनिवर्सल इक्वेशंस का रूपक है। नटराज की प्रतिमा केवल एक धार्मिक प्रतीक नहीं है, बल्कि ये भारतीय दर्शन, कला, विज्ञान का अद्भुत संगम है। चिदम्बरम मंदिर में स्थित नटराज की ये ब्रॉन्ज प्रतिमा को देखते ही मन में ये प्रश्न उठता है कि क्या ये केवल शिव का तांडव है या इसमें ब्रह्मांड का कोई गुप्त गणित छुपा है। नटराज का जो डांस है ये सृष्टि के चक्र का प्रतीक है, क्रिएशन, प्रिजर्वेशन एंड डिस्ट्रक्शन। इनके चार हाथों में धारण किए गए डमरू, फायर एंड जेस्चर ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन एंड द फुट प्लेस्ड अपॉन द डीमन ऑल टुगेदर रिप्रेजेंट द मोशन ऑफ द कॉस्मोस। डमरू की ध्वनि ब्रह्मांड की उत्पत्ति है और अग्नि से संहार होता है, अभय मुद्रा से करुणा और सुरक्षा और उठे हुए पैर से मुक्ति का संकेत मिलता है। इस स्टैचू हमें बताती है कि जीवन और ब्रह्मांड निरंतर गति में है। ब्रॉन्ज में ढली यह प्रतिमा केवल धार्मिक आस्था नहीं है, बल्कि इसमें वैज्ञानिक रहस्य भी छुपे हैं। आधुनिक विज्ञान ने पाया है कि proportions of Nataraj corresponds to the rhythmic motion of subatomic particles। और ये प्रतिमा मानो क्वांटम फिजिक्स का दृश्य दिखलाती है, उसका ही रूप है। और जब शिव तांडव करते हैं तो वह केवल डांस नहीं होता, बल्कि ब्रह्मांड की ऊर्जा का प्रवाह होता है। नटराज का मंडल, जिसे प्रज्वलित अग्नि के घेरेदार सर्कल कहा जाता है, ब्रह्मांड की अनंतता का प्रतीक है। और ये सर्कल हमें याद दिलाता है कि सृष्टि का ना कोई आरंभ है, ना ही कोई अंत है, केवल चक्र है। और यही विचार है जिसे आधुनिक विज्ञान कॉस्मिक साइकिल कहते हैं। और नटराज का जो ये डांस है, तांडव, सृष्टि, पालन, संहार के ये तीनों चीजें दर्शाता है। और ये एक दार्शनिक विचार नहीं, बल्कि एक ब्रह्मांड की गति का जैसे मैथमेटिकल मॉडल है। जैसे कि ग्रह अपनी कक्षाओं में घूमते हैं, वैसे ही नटराज का उठता और गिरता कदम समय की निरंतरता को दर्शाता है। और हर मुद्रा एक इक्वेशन, एक रिदम, एंड ऑल रिदम इज ए कैलकुलेशन। The fiery halo around the statue is a true symbol of the cosmic cycle। और ये व्रत या साइकिल हमें याद दिलाता है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ परिक्रमा में है। ग्रह, नक्षत्र, आकाशगंगाएं, ये सर्कुलर जो मैथमेटिक्स के रूप से अनंतता का संकेत देता है। और यहाँ कोई आरंभ या अंत नहीं है, जैसे कि हमने पहले आपको बताया। नटराज का दाहिना हाथ अभय मुद्रा में उठा हुआ है, जो स्थिरता और संतुलन का प्रतीक है। और हमें ये बताता है कि कॉस्मिक मैथमेटिक्स केवल गति नहीं है, बल्कि संतुलन भी है। यदि ग्रहों की गति थोड़ी भी बदल दी जाए तो संपूर्ण व्यवस्था असंतुलन हो जाएगी। और इस हाथ की मुद्रा हमें इस अदृश्य इक्वेशन की याद दिलाती है, जो ब्रह्मांड को स्थिरता देता है और स्थिर रखता है। बाएं हाथ में डमरू है, जो कि समय और वाइब्रेशन का प्रतीक है। डमरू की ध्वनि को भारतीय परंपरा में नाद कहा गया है और आधुनिक विज्ञान इसे वेव्स एंड फ्रीक्वेंसी के रूप में समझता है। और ये वही गणित है जो हमें बताता है कि ब्रह्मांड की हर वस्तु एक कंपन है और एक वाइब्रेशन है। नटराज का डमरू हमें कॉस्मिक मैथमेटिक्स है ये भी बताता है, और साथ में वेयर द sound and waves are the foundation of creation, and this is what it is very very essential for balance. So हम अब आगे बढ़ते हैं और आपको बताते हैं कि नटराज का जो पैर है, आपने देखा होगा उस मूर्ति में एक अपास्मर नामक राक्षस पे रखा है और ये अज्ञान और अव्यवस्था का प्रतीक है। मैथमेटिकली ये उस अराजकता का संकेत देता है जिसे कॉस्मिक नियम नियंत्रण करते हैं। यदि मैथमेटिक्स इक्वेशन ना हो तो ब्रह्मांड अराजकता में डूब जाएगा और नटराज का ये पैर हमें यही बताता है। और ये भी बताता है कि ये शक्ति है जो अज्ञान को दबाकर व्यवस्था को जन्म देती है। ब्रॉन्ज प्रतिमा का संचारण भी मैथमेटिकल है। अनुपात, संतुलन, समरूपता सब कुछ सटीक गणना पर आधारित है। ये प्रतिमा केवल धार्मिक प्रतीक नहीं है बल्कि ज्योमेट्रिक मॉडल है which is showing us that the art and mathematics are not separate but two form of the same truth. आज जब हम नटराज को देखते हैं और ये नृत्य जो हम देखते हैं वो हमें सिखाता है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ परिवर्तनशील है। हर सृष्टि का अंत है और हर अंत में से नई सृष्टि जन्म लेती है और ये चक्र मैथमेटिकल है। और यही गणित हमें बताता है कि जीवन और मृत्यु दोनों ही एक इक्वेशन के दो पहलू हैं। प्राचीन शिल्पकारों ने जिस अच्छाई से या जिस सूक्ष्मता से इस प्रतिमा को गढ़ा है वह दर्शाता है कि केवल कलाकार नहीं थे वे, बल्कि ब्रह्मांड के गहरे रहस्यों का भी ज्ञान था उनको। और तरल जो गति की है, ऊर्जा का प्रवाह है या कॉस्मोस मैथमेटिक्स है, ये सब इस प्रतिमा में छुपा हुआ है और ये मानो उस युग का वैज्ञानिक ग्रंथ है जिसे धातु में डालकर अमर कर दिया गया हो। आज के युग में जब विज्ञान और अध्यात्म को अक्सर अलग अलग माना जाता है, नटराज की प्रतिमा हमें याद दिलाती है कि दोनों का एक ही मूल है। विज्ञान ब्रह्मांड को समझने का प्रयास करता है तो अध्यात्म उसे अनुभव करने का, और नटराज का नृत्य इन दोनों को जोड़ता है और ये ज्ञान और अनुभव का भी संगम है। नटराज की प्रतिमा देखते ही हमको यह एहसास होता है कि भारतीय प्राचीन जो लोग थे या वहाँ जो प्राचीन भारत था वो केवल धार्मिक आस्था के केंद्र नहीं था बल्कि वैज्ञानिक खोजों का भी केंद्र था। और ये प्रतिमा हमें बताती है कि हमारे पूर्वज ब्रह्मांड को केवल पूजा का विषय नहीं मानते थे बल्कि उसको समझने और जीने का भी प्रयास करते थे। और लास्टली नटराज का नृत्य हमें यह भी सिखाता है कि ब्रह्मांड एक विशाल मंच है और हम सब वहां पर वेद शिव, वहां हम भी नर्तक है, हम भी डांसर हैं। हर कदम पर, हर गति पर, हर परिवर्तन इस महान तांडव का हिस्सा है। नटराज हमें ये भी याद दिलाते हैं कि जीवन केवल जीने के लिए नहीं होता बल्कि ब्रह्मांड की लय में अपने विचार, अपना जो चलना है या उसको बोल सकते हैं कि अपना नृत्य करने के लिए भी होता है। अगर आगे बढ़ा जाए और इसको और गहराई से समझा जाए तो नटराज का नृत्य सृष्टि का एक चक्र का प्रतीक है जहां पर सृजन, पालन, संहार एक साथ होता है। उनके चार हाथों जो हमने बताया है डमरू हैं और इसको समझना हमारे लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य रहेगा क्योंकि जिससे जो प्रज्वलित हुई है जो घेरा है जिसके अंदर नटराज है ब्रह्मांड के अनंतता का प्रतीक है। इसको और भी समझना और इसको जिसे आजकल जो आधुनिक विज्ञान है इसको कॉस्मिक साइकिल कहता है, इसको भी समझना हमारे लिए बहुत अनिवार्य है। आज प्रतिमा की जब हम प्रतिमा देखते हैं नटराज की, तो हमें ये जानना चाहिए कि जीवन में जो भी हम कार्य करें, उस कार्य को और जीने के लिए, दूसरों के लिए और अपने लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा, जैसे बोलते सिमेट्री विद द कॉस्मोस होना भी जरूरी है। तो अंततः हम इस पूरे डिस्कशन के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। आपका इस विषय पे कोई राय हो तो हमसे जरूर साझा कीजिएगा। हमारे चैनल को कृपा करके लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करें। आपसे फिर बहुत ही जल्द मुलाकात होगी। तब तक के लिए see you, bye bye.
Hello, friends. Are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader, learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter, followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership, followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is the secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot. It is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression; it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because you're talking we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite? And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one.